Oh, what was that, chat? Did y'all hear this? Did y'all hear this? Did y'all? Oh my god. Alright, give me like 2 seconds, chat. I'm handling something in the background. Yeah, yes, I'd like to I'm gonna shut this thing down actually. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I am sure that you guys know what today's stream is all about. Can I shut this thing down? Hold on. I think I was revealing a bit of my plans here. You guys heard. Yeah, you guys heard the Windows sounds there. Alright, there we go. Hello everyone, welcome to today's 86 box live transmission, May 10th, 2026. Hello Aktumi, Electronic Toenails, Brandon, Hades, Floppy Disk was in chat earlier. Did I miss anyone? Alexa Sherbakov. Hello everyone. I always say every stream is special, but this one is special for several reasons. Now, you guys, well, I don't think many of you were here back in 2021, but this is not the first time I've done this. I have installed Windows 95 on something below a 486, and I guess you guys already know. What comes before 486 is the 386. And today, I guess you might have guessed, I have something very much along those lines. Hades, the voices in your head are telling you to install Windows 95 on the absolute worst system requirements available. About to contract sepsis from touching a 386? That is crazy. User, I do not take those kind of support questions over live chat. If you would like to join our Discord for that, you're more than welcome to. I'll post a link in the chat. Or if you'd like to open up a support request on GitHub, you're more than welcome to. But for purposes of this stream, I will not be taking any support requests. And besides, I have not tried SCSI on Windows XP. I'll show you guys my XP machine at some point in the stream, but I haven't managed with SCSI on XP like at all. But anywho, so according to Hades in the chat, it appears that 386 machines are quite dangerous to human health. Well, after this stream, you guys are gonna know the exact kind of machine that will cause such effects. So today we're gonna be sticking with stable, and I'm gonna take you guys down a bit of a history lesson today. So we're gonna go over to my 86 box install, my stable 86 box. We're working with stable today, chat. We are working with stable. And right here you can see I have another install of Windows 95. I think I have like several now. I have at least like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 installs of Windows 95 OSR 2.5 just on stable, mind you. Up and nightly I only have about 2, but for different purposes. But today we're going to take a look at this one. And we are going to be rebuilding that entire setup from scratch. You're going to notice here that, yes, Windows 7 starter virtual machine. Where this is for future purposes. I'll let you guys guess what specs I use for that one. That's gonna be in the near future, just to put it simply. But as you can tell, this is neither a 386 nor a 486. This is a chipset called the Ali M6117 on the Acrosser PJ A511M motherboard. Obat is in the chat today. Hello, Bat. I think we're going to be in for a very, very interesting stream. Where, again, patience is a virtue, as you guys have all been warned. Because that's going to be interesting. So, CIH2. That's worse. I've had to deal with so many kids saying 6-7 in chat for maybe the last like month of the return. Well, since 86 Box Live has begun, but nothing compares to what you just said right now, boss. So I think it is time for a bit of a history lesson on that particular chipset. I'm gonna make this quick, just so we can get to the meat and potatoes of the story. That Ali M6117 chipset came from Acer, actually. Formerly Acer Laboratories Incorporated, believe it or not. So, the same company that made a bunch of the laptops that you're using today made that chipset. It's crazy, isn't it? What's up, Killer Rabbit? Welcome to the stream. And then their CPU division was spun off as Uli, and then at some point Nvidia bought it, which is why you see that particular Nvidia tab up here. If you guys are avid users of 86 Box, which I'm assuming you all are, you guys may have noticed that we have several boards using the following chipsets: the Ali, Aladdin 2, 3, 4, 4 Plus, Aladdin 5. I don't know about those particularly because yeah, those are Athlon. Yeah, we're not in that department. We are not in that department. Now, well, I'll tell you one thing. Hades. Some people like their laptops. Some people don't. It is what it is. There will be no censorship in this stream. Now, I did say this. This particular CPU, the Ali or the Uli, is a equivalent of an 80386 SX. Not an 80386 DX shot. 80386 SX. Which is considerably worse. They've been making this particular chip for over 4 years. Well, it depends on what time, really. Mind you, there have been several, and I mean several iterations of this particular chip, which is wild if you think about it. They also have a page on the retro web. No. Again, it is known as the Nvidia M6117, but the maximum speed on this thing is 40 megahertz. And if you go here, well, that's the actual chipset. If you go, I'm going to go to this page right here. This is an example of a motherboard that had the following specs. Mind you, it had that chipset, 4 megabytes of RAM, 4. So, y'all gotta be careful with this one. And it does support the Realtek 8019 AS card, which we do emulate, by the way. Killer Rabbit, that's the chip that was used in that handheld 386 that was released a few years ago. I believe so. I'm gonna go to this tab in a second, just so I can kind of prove a point. But yeah, this particular machine is actually quite underpowered. We're talking about running Windows 95 on this thing. Imagine running anything past that on there. And as you guys know, NVIDIA actually owns the company that made that chip. 386SX, mind you. Highly integrated low voltage single chip implementation of Intel 386SX. You know it's bad. AliExpress chipset? Yes, absolutely. It supports speeds from 25 megahertz to 40 megahertz. Very important, actually. I think at this point you'd be better off running Windows 3.1 on that board. But that's not what we're here to do. Built-in RTC, which is nice. Built-in PS2 keyboard controller, which is perfect, actually. And it supports up to 16 megabytes in total. Or even up to 64 megabytes, depending on the depending on the board that you get. Imagine installing SteamOS on that one. We don't emulate any Aladdin 1, 2, or 3 boards. Yeah, actually, true. Actually, matter of fact, I'm gonna tap back to 86 box real quick, cause if we go over to, well, I hope it actually does show up. Right here, our victim board of the year, ladies and gentlemen, the Gigabyte GA5AX has an Aladdin 5 chipset. Thanks for the clarification there, Robot. Much appreciated. But yeah, this is a very important little thing right here. Now, as you guys know, the particular board that we are emulating today is the A-Crosser. Where is it? Where are you? There you go. The A-Crosser PJ-A511M. Now, if you Google that specific board, you're only going to end up here on our very own subreddit. Now, Killer Rabbit did mention the handheld 386. Well, I was able to find a couple of iterations of it, including the Pocket 386, which people are, in fact, emulating here. So that's literally the only thing I was able to find. Let me just confirm my theory real quick, chat. Let me just confirm my theory. Just go ahead and Google A-Crosser PJ A511M. It is quite literally, chat, quite literally the first result here. You can see Pocket 386, the actual website for A-Crosser, so that company is still active. And then the random fandom, Japanese fandom website, including a couple more boards that we emulate, which is interesting. But half the time, you look at this is mainly just a crosser stuff, and they work in, they provide edge computing, IoT solutions, just a bunch of enterprise stuff, but nothing crazy. Where do I want to go today? Straight to hell, which is where I'm taking you guys. But if we continue looking at the Ali M6117, there's a few listings for a few boards I found on eBay, as you can see here. This was apparently a single board computer. This looks like some PCI stuff if you look at it. And right here you can see it has a PS2 port, a VGA port, and a serial port. So this was from what it looks like, this looks like something that at the very least came out in the 90s. Which is wild. Actually, no. This particular thing was made in 2003. Which is wild. So I have no clue. I genuinely have no clue what they would put on those. I'm guessing at the very least MS-DOS. But Christ, imagine. Yeah, there is no way you can run Windows 95 on an 8088. There is no way. Because I'll tell you this from experience, the newest version of Windows that runs on an 8088 is Windows 3.0. And I made a whole video about that 6 years ago. What's up, Rizaki? Welcome to the stream. But yeah, those boards, looks like they were using some industrial control setting. Maybe to, I don't know, run a couple appliances here and they're definitely using some servers. Got another one here. Virtually the same. I'm not exactly sure what those have, but quite literally the same SoC, a couple more chips here and there, some more resistor here and there, a couple capacitors, some more surface mount stuff. Looks like a pretty interesting board, all things considered. I have no idea when this particular board was manufactured, but yeah. Technically, you can emulate a Turing machine on another Turing machine. Well, that's fancy. And who was it that mentioned? Wait, they totally have a 386 emulator on a. Right. This actually does remind me of all the people that actually were able to get box running on 86 box, and they tried emulating a 64-bit computer inside a 32-bit machine. I don't know how you guys have the patience to do that, but I'm not even gonna bother. This is gonna be like the craziest demo of all time, like trying to rewrite 86 box to run on an 8088. Like you guys did not hear that from me. But as I mentioned earlier, and as I believe Killer Rabbit mentioned, I'm gonna look through the chat real quick. Yes, the handheld 386. Some people actually made a whole computer with that board, or some derivative thereof. The Pocket 386, 386SX, 40 megahertz. Mind you, this machine looks quite clean actually, if you think about it. Runs Windows 3.11. Because honestly, that's about as far as I would go on that computer. Like even... I don't know. It's like, why the fuck would you subject yourself to the pain of running 95 on a computer like this? Especially after what you guys are gonna see today. Like, I'd be genuinely concerned. But let's take a look at this real quick. We got the laptop here with the AC adapter. Couple PS2 ports, what looks like a VGA port, serial, parallel, and whatever the fuck this is. 4x3 or 16. Oh, it can even take a compact flash storage, which is nice. Is this a US prison appliance? Well, honestly, if you gave a prisoner that thing just to be able to write, just to be able to, journal, just to get the couple perilous thoughts out of his head, I think that'd be just fine. I think there is a market for those computers. If you honestly, there might be a valid market for computers like those. Like, you could just take this wherever you go, and you're only going to be using this for one purpose and one purpose only. You're probably just going to open the Windows Write app. You're just going to be opening that. And actually, that's crazy. This thing even supports USB. That's crazy. But obviously, you're not going to be able to plug in your state-of-the-art external solid-state external SSD to that thing. Like, have fun with that. But you can take that little thing anywhere. You can take it to the park, to the coffee shop, or whatever, and just open up Write or whatever version of Microsoft Word, or even Notepad if you're so inclined, and just write to your heart's content, or journal, or whatever. Or DOS edit. Yeah, there you go. Just put MS-DOS on that thing and just call it a day. Just so long as you're able to do some kind of like word processing on there, even if it's just an MS-DOS edit or fucking write or whatever. Yeah, honestly, Brandon, I am just as surprised as you are, boss. But, they beat us to the punch, actually. Like, this isn't even RTM Windows 95, chat. This is... or Edlin. This takes you back to the MS-DOS 3 days, where you'd have to write this thing like line by line, This is I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys this later. But there's the first video I made on real time clocks on RTCs back when we didn't have the generic RTC that you could just pop into any XT machine or 8088 machine. There used to be one where I had to quite literally create an autoexecute.bat file myself and just write in like at command.com prompt yada 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 and then start those files myself. I believe it was the Paradise RTC. Yeah, it was a Paradise RTC. And then I had to be like CL set system. I had to do all of that in Edlin. That was fun. I keep seeing the sticker on the bezel is mature. Wait, where? On the what? All right, hold on. I'm so confused. All right, so here are the specs for this thing. Anyone under 70 will go into respiratory failure because it's not as fast as the RTX 4090 in the Ryzen. All right. Well, this is why I said, chat, patience is a virtue. All right. So, 386SX, 40 megahertz embedded in an Ali M6117 chipset, 8 megabytes of DRAM, 512 kilobytes in SVGA chipset. Well, I've yet to figure out what that is. 2 gigs of storage, which is more than enough for a machine like that, in CF card and IDE mode, and it has an AdLib compatible sound card, probably some rebrand or whatever. USB controller, USB U-Disk, I'm guessing that's just mass storage. Seamless online switching between, oh, so you can switch between 16:9 and 4:3. Well, I don't even know the resolution between that. I don't even know the resolution of that particular display. I'm guessing it's probably some 800 by 400, 800 by 480, I want to say. Aspect ratio, but I could be wrong. Has a lithium battery and a built-in built-in mouse. Where? Where's the track point on this thing? Oh, great. So even if I wanted to use a USB mouse, I would not be able to. 320 by 100. Oh, that's horrific. You could have just copied con to auto exit. Wait. Am I seeing this right? Am I seeing this right, chat? Guys, I have to figure out how to add a drop shadow to the chat. This is like painful for VOD viewers at least. But all in all, this looks like a fairly well-built machine. I actually do want to buy one of those just to see how that thing was even built in the first place. Imagine a 90s laptop with touchscreen. Yeah, those probably went for like at least 5K. Add a slightly transparent. Yeah, I could probably pull something like that off. That'll be an extreme problem. All right, let's look at this. Yeah, it's 640 by 480 or 800 by 480. I called it. What specs? Okay, there's nothing that. Oh, well, it looks like they do have a lot of design files. Okay, so I guess that's something I'm gonna have to look into after. And they have the Pocket 8086. Interesting. Oh, look at that. They're actually selling this thing for, what's it called? They're advertising it as the Windows 3.0 machine. Like, have fun with that. I think I'd have more fun running Windows 1.0 on this thing. And it has a Trident card. Now, if you guys remember, in our very, very early videos, for Windows 2.x and Windows 3.0, we did use Trident cards. So this actually makes a lot of sense. But, you know, I do want to get those machines. Let me see what the specs are. Oh, so it's either or, really? 768 RAM. 768 RAM. What's that supposed to mean, chat? Okay, could someone tell me what that's supposed to mean? Like, 768 RAM, bro. Is it 768 megabytes, kilobytes, or just bytes of RAM? Is this the Atari? Is this the Is this the revival of the Apple II? I know, Brandon. I'm just being an ass. 768 gigabytes. He has all the RAM, chat. Get him. Get him now. This will end the shortage of RAM immediately. Copying content to a file allows you to input into it, terminated with Control Z. In copying a file to con outputs onto the screen, you can also echo a line to a file. Interesting. Interesting. Now, for those of you who know what con is if you open run on Windows 9X and you type in con, you get a blue screen for free. But I think Tindy is a website I'm definitely gonna keep tabs on, because there's a lot of interesting shit on there, including the Pocket 386, the Pocket 8086. Like, yeah, see con my beloved. There you go. He gets it. He gets it, chat. He gets it. Okay, so now we are going to build our machine of hell. And this is where you guys are going to realize that patience is a brutal virtue shot. And I do mean brutal. So we're going to go ahead and hop into 86 box. Today we're going to stick to stable because there's no crazy... Actually... Should I even bother with fast forward? Should I even bother with fast forward? Alright. Yo, guys. Well, alright. How possibly hellish could it be? Well, we'll let chat decide. Alright, one in the chat if I should upgrade my nightly build right now, just so we can make use of fast forward. But... okay, so I'm seeing a lot. All right, so no fast forward, you know. All right, I'm sticking to stable. I'm sticking to stable. The people have spoken. We are sticking to stable. All right, I think I just confused myself. I think I just confused myself. Well. Someone in chat mentioned installing IE4. I don't think you realize how much of a masochist you are there, buddy. But let's go ahead and hop into 86 box real quick. We're going to go ahead and stick to stable. And thus begins our trip through hell. Well, we'll see how bad it gets. We'll see how bad it gets today, chat. We might be here for a while. You haven't lived until you use 86 box from Get Master. Well, I like to keep things simple around here. To be fair, I'll be real with you guys. I haven't compiled 86 box from source in at least 3 years. All right, so right here. Oh, of course we could go with any of these lovely i386SX machines. Oh, we're gonna stick with this one, where we have we have only two choices: the Acrosser PJ A511M or the ProTech Pro X 1332. We're gonna stick with the first one. We only have one CPU choice, the Ali M6117, and we can either pick from 33 or 40 megahertz. Now, you guys may know me from my interactions in the Discord. I do call some people masochists because they like to use the worst specs to emulate the most demanding software sometimes, but I'm considerate, so I'm gonna go with 40 megahertz. And yes, Eli, you're more than welcome to. In the previous couple builds that I did, I have maxed out the RAM to 32 megabytes. But now I'm wondering if I should, you know, maybe step it down to 16 or step it down to 8 or step it down to 4. I'm gonna let chat deal with this one. Yeah, I'm limited to 4 options as a poll. All right. As a 4 options. 4 megabytes, 8 megabytes, 16 or 32. Oh god, 4 megabytes is actually winning. The people want me to suffer today. So a lot of y'all are saying 4 megabytes. Oh no. All right. In the meantime, I'm gonna go ahead and pick my other options here. So for the graphics card, I'm gonna be a bit generous. I'm gonna go with this one, the Elza Warner 2000, with the 928 chipset from S3. Max out the VRAMs about 4 megabytes. PS2 keyboard and mouse actually with 2 buttons. Four is winning. 4 is winning by so much right now. It's insane. Can 95 even boot at 4 megabytes? I'll say this. At least a decade and a half ago, when I was on a less fortunate computer and I only had virtual PC, mind you, this was in 2012. The computer I had at the time only allowed me to go up to 4 megabytes in virtual PC. So I'm guessing you guys can imagine the amount of pain that I had to deal with. Here I'm not gonna make things difficult for myself. Just gonna go with the Sound Blaster 16 with all default settings. System MIDI. Network. I'm gonna make this relatively simple as well because the board that I saw earlier around here had a Realtek 8019 AS, and I do want to dabble with a bit of internet connectivity on there. So I'm just gonna go with this one. Realtek cards are like dead simple, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, that's the only Realtek card that I have available. And as you can tell, there's no PCI support on this thing because the damn thing is a PCI card in and of itself. Okay, so Felix, I have tried the COM mouse. It doesn't work. So I'm not that crazy. Ports, I think I'm just going to leave those as is. Internal. Alright, so for hard drives, I am going to be relatively... Well, I'm going to be generous here, actually. Hi, thanks for sharing your videos. Fill me with nostalgia, especially today's, which reminded me that we managed to get Windows 95 running on a Novell NetWare 3.12 network. Gustavo, thank you for the kind words. Much appreciated. Okay, so for the hard drive here, I'm going to go ahead and refer to my... Alright, so my last build was a 3390. This was about a 1.7 gig hard drive. I'm being relatively generous here with the hard drive choice. So I'm like, well, we'll see how crazy we can get with those, you know? All right, where is the build that I'm using? Where is it? There we go. So we have our hard drive ready to go. For extra suffering, however, I'm gonna do this. Oh wait, this is stable. Actually, there's no point. Nope, never mind. Here I'm just gonna keep it just a 1 floppy drive. Here I'm gonna do this. Yeah, actually, usually I set those to channel 10. But just to make things simple, I think I tried it on channel 10. It didn't work, but this thing just works. So I'm just gonna keep it here. All right, 52x. Now, guys, this is clearly like not the worst, but all right. So we have the overwhelming majority going for 4 megabytes of RAM. This is gonna be awful. This is gonna be. Stable does not have the hard drive sounds yet. I could definitely go on nightly and do this. All right. Since the overwhelming majority, yes, stable only has floppy drive sounds. Since the overwhelming majority wants me to go to 4 megabytes, I think I know what to do here. So forget I even did this. It doesn't show up. All right. So forget I even did this. I'm going to go ahead and move over to nightly actually. What build number are we on actually, chat? We are at 8878. Interesting. What build am I on? 8803. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and upgrade my build real quick. ci86box.net. I mean, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. It's just gonna enhance the experience, talk to me. Where is 86 bucks? Alright, there you are, silly. Nightly exe. Alright. Around 88.74. That's not bad. I think this should be fine as well. Go ahead and extract that where I usually find it. Let me close 86 box real quick. I gotta stay ahead of the game there, buddy. You know I gotta. Oh, and guys, another trick that I use to update my ROMs. Alright, so real quick, I'm going to show you guys a trick that I use to update my ROM set. You guys know how I said, or well, how it's usually recommended to update or clone your ROM and asset repository if you're primarily using nightly. On Windows, I do this using GitHub Desktop. I have them right here. You do fetch repository, and there's a couple of things that were downloaded. So pull origin, which updates your ROM repository. And as you can see here, it goes straight into my nightly folder. I'm gonna do that with the assets folder as well. Okay, nothing's been updated. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And now we're gonna go ahead and launch 86 box again. Alright, so we are on nightly today. Build number 8878. And now we're gonna do this. So while I was busy doing all of this, chat, it looks like the overwhelming majority of the population in here wants me to go with 4 megabytes. So the people have spoken. We will go with 4 megabytes of RAM. We're going to go ahead and create our machine now. Yes, it is running Windows 95 OSR 2.5 because every single one of my machines... I don't recall the last time I installed RTM. I don't recall the last time I installed Windows 95 RTM, which is crazy. Oh, you did a floppy install? Lovely. I haven't done that in years. But I'm practical. So we're gonna keep it that way. So yes, Descartes, you mentioned the command line. What's it called? The command line way to update your ROM and asset folders. I have done this as well on Linux in last week's stream where I actually set up my 86 box environment on Linux. So feel free to check that out. All right, so here we're gonna go ahead and look for our beloved. There we go. The Acrosser PJ511M. The people want 4 megabytes of RAM. 4 megabytes. We're still gonna go with 40 megahertz. Here's the 486. No, I'm not even gonna bother with that. You can't even use the dynamic recompiler on those things. I think it's because you can't really use it on anything prior than a 486. But you can use the 486 interpreter. I wonder what difference that makes. Well, we are sticking with 4 megabytes of RAM as the people have asked. 59% want 4 mega. 59% of chat right now wants me to suffer. All right, I'll remember that. All right, for the graphics card, I'm gonna be a bit generous. At least this wasn't my testing. We're gonna go with the 806928, particularly the Elsa Winner 2000 BIOS. Okay, let's just do 1 megabyte of VRAM actually. My first PC ran a horrid PC Chips M571 board with a Cyrix III x86 PR200. I'm guessing 200 megahertz. Huh. That's actually pretty wild. All right, for the keyboard and mouse, we're gonna go with PS2. We're gonna go with PS2 for both of them. Sound card. Keep this real simple. Where's the Sound Blaster 16? There we go. Default settings. This really does not matter. MIDI. System MIDI. For networking, we're gonna go with Slurp, and the only card that I can really recommend here is the 8019 AS, because if you guys remember earlier in the stream, this particular board, which I don't think there's even any picture of. Oh, okay. Actually, there is. This is more like the data sheet of that thing. Just a couple pictures, a couple diagrams here and there. But it does have the 8019 network card on there. So we're just going to stick with that. Again, Realtek cards need 0 configuration whatsoever. If you guys try the 8029 AS, if you're setting up Windows 3.11 on a 486, you guys are not even going to need to do anything. Besides that, I think the enable BIOS part. So, yeah, this is relatively simple. We're not going to need to do anything here. Storage controller, floppy disk is internal device. Over here is internal device as well. I'm going to create a new hard drive. And mind you, in Nightly, we have hard drive sounds. So as Octumi was clamoring for, he was pleading for this, chat. Octumi YT official in chat. What is pleading for the wonderful sounds of hard drives. So we give the people what they want. This is going to be fun. Wait, what was that? 2390, 1663. Alright, there we go. And now, as you guys remember, only 3600 RPM hard drives have sounds. We're just going to go with 1992, dynamic size VHD, large block. Yeah, just keep them as is. I'm gonna go ahead and save that machine. Where is it? All right, there you go. Wait, what? All right, there it is. Disk.vhd. All right, perfect. All right. Imagine being in the minority. User, I'm gonna do that later in the stream, but I'm not gonna do anything crazy with it. I'll just show you guys. Let's just worry about that now, and then I'll show you guys whatever else I have near the end of the stream. So this is the hard drive that we're gonna be dealing with. 1.7 gigs, which is decent for Windows 95, at least back then. Now floppy drives, again, nothing crazy. Take those out. Audio, we'll go for that. ATAPI, channel 01. 52 times. Nothing here. Postcard just out of habit, really. So let's go over the specs real quick. We have the Ali M6117 chipset, the Acrosser PJ A511M board with 4 megabytes of RAM, as the people have requested, 40 megahertz, the only CPU that's available. Ali M6117, nothing here. The S3 928 graphics card with 1 megabyte of VRAM. The Elza Winner 2000 chipset. PS2 keyboard and mouse. Sound Blaster 16, all default. Realtek 8019AS. Board. That's what card? Nothing here. Both floppy and hard disk controller 1 are internal. And the hard drive, which is a 1.7 gigabyte hard drive. And of course here, Bigfoot is real. 1.7 gig hard drive, 3600 RPM for maximum pain and torture. 1.44 megabyte floppy drive with audio. 1 CD drive on ATAPI channel 01, 52 times speed. Nothing here. And just a postcard. I hope you guys are ready. I genuinely hope you guys are ready for this Sunday's carnage. Remember, chat, patience is nothing but a virtue. It is a test of one's will to suffer. All right. It is time to begin. Oh, how glorious. How absolutely glorious. Boost out a little bit. Ooh. Honestly, I think picking a one-time CD-ROM drive would have just made it worse than it really needs to be. I have to be a bit reasonable with what I pick. But I think 4 megabytes of RAM will considerably make it like worse than it was in my testing. All right, time to prep this for the other screen. Hold on. All right, we're good. All right, so let's make sure everything is correct in the BIOS. Primary master and slave can stay as auto. Drive A is 1.44 megabytes as usual. Actually, since this thing doesn't even have CD boot, I don't think we need to do anything here. Wait, integrated peripherals. I don't think I've seen this before. Onboard IDE controller. Oh, interesting. Onboard UART 1, 2, 3, and 4. Guys, this is kind of why I want to... Well, those boards are kind of expensive anyway. Like, I've seen those particular alley boards going for at least $100 to $200. So I'm not willing to go that crazy. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and put in my boot disk for Windows 95, which works in most cases. And I'm also going to put in my Windows 95 ISO. Mind you, the same one that I've used in the Windows 95 OSR 2.5 video. Alright. We're all set. This is gonna be something else. Alright, thanks Streamlabs, thanks for reloading the chat like once or twice. Now there's a particular reason I'm keeping the toolbars on. I need you guys to confirm that this thing's gonna stay at 100%, and that this thing's gonna stay at 70 hertz. Mind you, we're only doing this with 4 megabytes of RAM. Alright, so you guys know the ritual. Whenever you have a blank hard drive, you want to go with fdisk to prepare the partition table. Yes, the typical device name, banana. We all know that one. Create DOS partition and logical DOS drive, primary DOS partition. Do you wish to use the... Yes. Let's restart your system. Yeah, a simple Control-Alt-Delete should do the trick. Also, I think I have Doom 90. I think I do have Doom 95. Now, whether it'll work or not is not the story. We got a lot of discussions of pain in chat right now. This is concerning. Yeah, Valen Media reading. Yeah. Hold on. This is the easiest fix. Doom 95 is. Yo, you guys didn't have to warn me. I already have an idea that it's gonna be bad. Mind you, I was gonna install this. Well, if you look at my other machines, I have like, what, 2 of those now? Chat. I have 1, 2, 3 machines with that particular board, and all of them are at 32 megabytes. So you guys don't have to warn me. That's gonna be bad. This particular boot disk, mind you, I've had that boot disk since 2013 at least. It's always gone to like drive R. I think that's actually let me see actually. I think it's a config.sys thing. But let's do the first test, the first performance test, which is formatting the hard drive. This is concerning. Alright. And off we go. I have a feeling we're gonna be here for a while. Hey, Floppa, welcome to the stream. We're going to be here for a while. Oh, 1%. This is going by super fast. Alright, so what time did that start? Alright, so this is 1:58. I think I started this about a minute ago. I did make the drive 1.7 gigabytes up to me. Yeah, that computer is turning quite radioactive. Alright, so Floppa, since you came in a little late, the specs are as follows. This is the motherboard is the Crosser PJ-A511M, 40 megahertz. It has that particular CPU, the Ali M6117 at 40 megahertz. 4 megabytes of RAM. Thank you, chat. The S3 928 with 1 megabyte of VRAM, 1.7 gigabyte hard drive. As you can tell, it's running at 3600 RPM. This is why it's making those sounds. 1.44 megahertz, not megahertz, megabytes. A 1.44 megabyte floppy drive, 3.5 inch. That CD drive. Soundblaster 16 with all default settings. Realtek 89 Scene AS for the network card. That is pretty close to minimum, actually. Guys, should I hit fast forward on this thing? You know what? Let's hit fast forward just to see where that takes us. User, did you install the? Did you download the assets folder? Because that's where all the sounds are. In Nightly. There's a different repository for those, actually. Yeah. So right now this thing is running at like 500 something. What's it called? This is running at 5 times speed. Hey Cecil, welcome to the stream. Yeah, so this is definitely helping. If we take that off, actually, audio comes back, and now I rid you of your ASMR experience. Even then, this is like considerably worse. We're going to be here for quite a while, chat. %500 speed and still being as slow as the sloth from Zootopia? Yes! If not slower. Because on those particular machines, and mind you, the specs are not that different. I think this particular build is the one closest to what I have right now. Only difference is that particular card doesn't work with the board. So I have to, good catch, actually. I will be adding that in the future. Thank you. Realistic budget. 1995 experience on a budget machine. Hello, tablet man. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, this is gonna take quite a while. And we're still going. Mind you, this would have been perfect. And this would have been perfect like for, I guess, Windows 1, Windows 2, Windows 3.0 even, or something in that time frame. But we're doing this for Windows 95. RAM was $100 a megabyte, so you had to take what you could get. Yeah. especially now. I see JC mentioning it's 100 pounds a gigabyte today. Yeah. Especially with those crazy RAM shortages right now. I'd imagine it's only gonna get worse, but here we are. Quite literally, Jeopardy waiting theme. But instead we have those wonderful sounds from our friend State Azure, who's been providing music to our content for the last 4 years. His links are in the description. As well. Alright, so what's the song playing right now actually? Let me see. Audio is oh, that's from his ambient pack. See, here's my thing with those XT clones. There's only like 2 of them that I've extensively tried. First of all, there's the Glabios, which is now my main 8088 board, which is very close to being one of the old faithfuls next to the original 1986 IBM XT. Like honestly, oh. It's done. Hello there. It's done. Alright. There's going to be another level of hell. There's going to be another level of hell. And it's going to be copying the setup files to the hard drive. Because if you guys know, at least with this particular ISO, the CD drive is disabled post setup, so I have to copy whatever's in the Win95 folder in the ISO to a folder on the hard drive, which is partly why I went with a slightly bigger hard drive here. Let's just hope this thing doesn't spaz out before the install is done. Well, we're gonna find out. We go here, CD Win95. All of those. I have to copy all of that to the hard drive. How is it possible to run Windows 7 Start in 86 box? Well, Windows 7 did have very, very low system requirements, despite the fact that it was rather, you know, it was very system intensive. Mind you, I ran Windows 7 on half a gig of RAM for 3 years, so ask me how I do it. I honestly I don't know. I don't know how I did it, chat. But I did. We'll go ahead and switch over to the C drive. I mean, there's nothing in there. I'm gonna go ahead and switch over to that. Now, this is gonna be the true performance test. We're gonna copy whatever file is in there to the hard drive. We're starting this at 2:06 my time. All right, 3, 2, 1. I will be right back. Okay, so it's been about 2 minutes. Okay, so these are the main cab files. I think here it shouldn't. I think this is most of the brunt of Windows 95. Okay, so let me catch up with chat right here. All right, so you're gonna have to compile a. All right, so no Kyoto here. You're gonna have to compile a whole kernel on 4 cores. Linux kernel, I'm assuming. Eli, I am using the CD that has plus on there. I was still muted. My bad. All right. Where was I? So, let me try remembering what I said. So, all right. So, Eli, this is the OSR 2.5 CD that has plus on there. Let's see who else. Yeah, so thankfully, copying all the files over to the hard drive, at least a Win95 folder from the ISO, that took about 3 minutes, which is reasonable-ish. 30 to 60 minutes is going to be interesting. And we're going to see how long this is going to take. Because I did test this on a full speed hard drive and 32 megs of RAM. And it took a while. So we're going to have fun with that. Oh no. 40 megahertz, yeah, 40 megahertz is not that bad, to be fair. We're gonna be doing a lot of things here while this thing is installing. Yes, hard drive noises are in the latest build of 86 boys. 86 box. No, I'm actually just checking on something right now. Let me see. This is taking longer than it should. If you ever want to suffer for real, then set up an NT 4.0 server for Windows 95 diskless booting over the... Guys, networking is not even something I've dabbled this much in. Guys, I'm scared. Because if it's taking this long... if it's taking this long just to set up, then we have bigger problems. Yo, does anyone remember at what time I hit continue on this thing? No way. This is, yes, this is considerably slow. Looks like it is picking up speed here. It is picking up some speed. 3 minutes ago? Yeah. So imagine. Chat, you know what I'm thinking? I'm gonna do something I've never done before. Which is... how many things can we do while this thing installs? Wait, something's up with the Internet Archive? Strange. All I'm saying is, chat, we're gonna be here for a while. We're very much going to be here for a while. All right. 10,000 years to install. No, you know, I think 10,000 days. I think 10,000 days to install Windows 95 makes more sense. If you know, you know. Now, of course, we're gonna go through the regular software product license. Yeah, you know, one of the parts of the license that just never made any sense is this: you may receive the software product in more than one medium. It's like, you can get it in either 3.5-inch floppy drives or a CD. Just pick one and forget the other one exists. But whatever. This is good. Shot. This is gonna be insane. Alright, setup wizard. Yeah, where else? Oh, so I'm guessing no one in chat is a Tool fan? Concerning. Yeah, I've heard so many things about running XP on a 486, but I can only imagine how much torture that must be, chat. I can only imagine. Oh, 10,000 days in the fire. I missed that one. I missed that one. I'll take. You know what? I'll take the L for this one. I haven't listened to the entire 10,000 Days album, but some songs, like Right in 2, are amazing. Hello, TC. Well, the people wanted to suffer today, so. Checking for. No, it's got enough disk space, buddy. So you have like a whole 1.7 gigs available to you. You'll be fine. It used to take me 45 minutes to reinstall 98 and update it clean on a 400 megahertz Celeron and 16 megabytes of RAM. I mowed my lawn while that happened. Okay, we're gonna go with custom here. Alright. I do this out of principle. But you guys know where to find that particular product key. Oh, okay. A community update for MTCP that added the support. Yeah, wait. Really? You want to set up to look for all hardware devices? Yeah, sure, why not? Struggle even worse now, shall we? When I was a lad, if I wanted to play a computer game, I put the floppy disk in the slot, I typed in the load command, and then I went and played outside for about half an hour. So this is where technology still motivated you guys, whether directly or indirectly, to go outside. Alright, go ahead and check for both of those. Alright, so 222. How would you believe how 1995 Microsoft would react seeing that their software is being emulated through a dedicated hardware emulator emulating a 386? I'll tell you what, Microsoft doesn't really make money off of that shit anymore. So, if anything, it's just nostalgia bait. Oh, this right here is an insane Geiger counter. Good lord. You guys know what this reminds me of, actually? If you guys were here in the CIH stream, depending on how hard the virus hits the machine, anytime you moved the mouse, it made it sound very similar to what you're hearing right now. Which is insane to think about, but here we are. Yup, the mouse noise. Alright, we're at 31%. About 2 minutes time. Emitting radioactive amounts of CIH particles. Yes, definitely. Literally Chernobyl Simulator 1986. Oh, what's up, Shadow? There's quite a bit that you missed. We did go over the specs for this machine and a bit of its history. And chat has decided to make me suffer today. So we're installing Windows 95 on arguably the slowest setup of all time. And mind you, I had to switch from stable to nightly to, be able to provide the most authentic torture experience of all time. Sounds like a grasshopper. Yeah, I mean, amidst those bits of hard drive activity, yeah. That is correct. I am using the Ali M6117. That's also found on the Pocket 286. Which I looked at it earlier with chat, and for what it is, it's not that bad of a computer. I'm getting CIH flashbacks already. So you guys did not even hear. You guys did not even hear that one from me. Okay, the one thing I won't do is even touch 5 1/4 inch floppy drives on 95. Okay. Alright, so how crazy do we go here? I mean, I'm gonna go with my usual setup here. Disk tools, multimedia. Like 1 second. I see you guys still remember the Killjoy and its influence on y'all. Stay tuned. What clock speed does this machine have? 40 megahertz. Which technically isn't even that bad. If you needed 5.25-inch floppies on Windows 95, you were using some really old stuff. Yeah. I mean, imagine. This is so bad, it's making me wonder if I even click next. Alright. Patience is indeed a virtue. It doesn't seem that bad unless I crippled the hard drive speed. Now, Shadow, let me ask you something. You've been I wouldn't say you are a religious viewer of 86 Box Live, my friend, but let me ask you this. Which hard drive speed is the only one to have hard drive sounds in 86 Box as of right now? Now, chat, don't answer this. I'd like Shadow to answer that question. Because Shadow has been a regular viewer of 86 Box Live, and I do appreciate their presence in the chat. But I want them to answer. 1992 is correct. But what's the RPM? Yes, that is part of the answer. That is part of the answer, yes, but there's a very specific that is correct. 3600 RPM, which is exactly what I set this to. In order to provide the people an authentic emulation experience with all the pain that it comes with. I went with a 3600 RPM hard drive with this. Alright, there's usually nothing else to do here, so I'm just gonna hit next. Alright, we're not gonna go for a startup disk. There is just no point. And we appreciate you being a regular in the chat, Shadow. Alright, chat. This right here is the moment that you've all been waiting for. The file copying process. As of right now, it is 2:31 p.m. my time. I have no idea how long that's going to take. Could take hours. We could be here for a while. We could have a special guest join us in the stream. I don't know. We shall see. But I think you guys might be in for something rather special. Alright. It is now 2:32 p.m. File copying process starting now. Alright, we got Tablet Man in the chat about to time this. Alright, chat. Keep score. It's time for you guys to keep score at home just to see how bad this is going to get. It's still preparing to copy files. Hello, Kiro Rami. Welcome to the stream. We are about to experience the meaning of patience. Stream. My impatient ass will just press the fast forward. I mean, should we? Should we even move forward with pressing the fast forward icon? Alright. I think it's time I also what's it called? I heard of estimated and alright. Oh yes, no fast forwarding. We're gonna see what chat thinks. Struggling to reach all the point now. Yes, that is the hard drive sound. So we have the specs. We have the specs here for this machine. Again, the A-Crosser PJ A511M with the Ali M6117 chipset, using the Ali M6117 CPU, which is a 386SX equivalent, clocked at 40 megahertz, 4 megabytes of RAM, the S3 928 board using the graphics card, the S3 8060 928 graphics card with the Elza Winner BIOS with 1 megabyte of VRAM, 1.7 gig hard drive clocked at 3600 RPM, which is the only speed that has any hard drive audio. So yes, we do have hard drive audio. A 1.44 megabyte 3.5-inch floppy drive, which also has audio. There's no CD-ROM audio though, but we are using this 52 times 86 box CD-ROM on channel 01. Yes. And then we have the Sound Blaster 16 for the sound card, the Realtek 8019 AS network card, both PS2 keyboard and mouse, and yeah, this is pretty much it. Guys, it's been 3 minutes. It's been 3 minutes. Alright, so right now we're seeing chat saying that it's going to take at least 2 hours to install. And it's still preparing to copy files. It's still preparing to copy files. No, we don't have CD-ROM sounds yet. So Shadow, here's the thing. I think Windows 95 does have 8019 drivers built in, but I don't think that board supports the 8029. Actually, it doesn't, because the entire board is a PCI card. It's still preparing to copy files. Oh no. Alright, let me see. Alright, so, hold on, chat. Just give me like 1 second. 4 minutes. Oh boy. All right. So, chat. Let me ask you. Usually, in this particular stage, how long does it take you? This is actually so bad. Alright, so we have some more people saying that's gonna take like at least an hour. Now, Oleg, I have to say this. I don't remember off the top of my head in which version we added hard drive sounds. I think it was definitely... Actually, no. Hold on. No, we added hard drive sounds in Nightly. In the beta version of 6.0. Floppy drive sounds only appeared in version 5.2. So, I'll just say this, especially for Kirorami who's asking. If you want to get all the sounds available to you, all you have to do is just download the nightly version of 86box and then download the asset repository from GitHub. I'm going to show you guys real quick. So if we go here, go in sounds, and have the floppy drive sounds and the hard drive sounds, and you have your two usual options. And as always, remember, Bigfoot is real. The stable build, yes, but 5.3 doesn't have the hard drive sounds built into them yet. Dual socket boards? No, I don't think that's going to be a thing. As far as I'm concerned, anyway. But remember, for nightly builds, you can always just clone it using the command line or just download the zip file. Or for 5.3, you can just get it here. But I believe they are bundled with... I believe the assets are bundled with the stable build. Yeah, the CD speed is actually faster than y'all think. This is actually going at 50. What? It's been almost 10 minutes. Shut. It's been almost 10 fucking minutes. It's still preparing to copy files. I don't have a good feeling about this. What did you guys do to me? Oh no! Chat, I think I am slowly losing my sanity. Well, first of all, you guys have to remember that, first of all, we're only using 4 megabytes of RAM. every other machine that I have here is 32 megabytes. Even the one that I have over here, they're all 32 megs. And no, the hard drive speed is just set to maximum, aka RAM disk. So, holy. Hola, Cholo Cibernético. Saludo. Bienvenido al directo. Hey, Roaring Knight, listen. It's okay. It's okay. Listen, we pride ourselves on being an international community. Now, the stream is in English. So we do encourage our chatters to speak in English to the best of their ability. But we do welcome our international viewers. Yes, this is actually running. Mind you, these were the machines I used for testing. And this is the one we're running right now. The chat has humbly asked for 4 megabytes of RAM. And we're still here. We're still here. There is a config floating around on Discord that uses EGA for Windows 95. Lord. Wait, did he actually say that? Did Bill Gates actually say that? Now, yes, Kiro, there is a Windows 7 virtual machine in here, but it's bad. It's actually pretty bad. Alright, so since we're still here, and I see there's quite a few people that ask about my other machines. Actually, no, I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Alright, so one in the chat alright, so we've been here for almost 15 minutes. I'm gonna start my Windows 7 machine. One in the chat if you think I'll be able to start Windows 7 and get to the desktop before we actually start the copy files. Come on, guys, don't be shy. Alright, thank you, Shadow. I think this is the first time I'm actually running. Alright, 245. I think this is the first time I'm actually running two 86 box machines at once on this computer. Still starting Windows. Oh, we're getting the Windows orbs here. Oh, this is bad. Windows 7 on the yes. It is a Cyrix III running on 400 megahertz, 1 gig of RAM, and 26 gig hard drive. Okay, I was concerned for a second that it hung, but no. Can you do it, Windows 7? Can you do it? Can you do it? Oh man. The specs are actually not that bad. Hold on. All right, let me try some. Oh, chat. Chat. No way. No way it's actually going to beat it. No way. No fucking way. Yes, Octumi. It is Mother's Day here in the US. Oh no. This is fucking wild. No. What have you guys done? Okay, well, Shadow, we're not there yet. We're not there yet. It hasn't gone to the desktop yet. Oh, no. It's still preparing to copy files. Chat. So... See, here's the feeling that I have. If it's already taken... Alright, chat. I'm gonna be so for real. If it's taking that long to prepare to copy files, I think, if I recall correctly, we started at 2:32 my time. If it's taking that long, then the actual install process is definitely gonna take at least 6 hours. And for 17 whole minutes? That's crazy. It made it to the desktop! It made it to the desktop! and how long did it take? Like, what? Like 2 minutes? Wait, no. Hold on. 5 minutes. I started at 2:45. I was paying attention to the clock inside the machine. Which, by the way, it's already 3 minutes off because of how slow the CPU is. Oh no. The hard drive is so How the hell? I don't know, dude. I don't know. The 6.7 RTC? Yeah. The MM581. 6.7 RTC. And yes, what Oktumi's saying is actually correct. 86 bucks is multi-threaded. I believe the Voodoo emulation, the Voodoo 2, Voodoo 3 cards, to my knowledge, are multi-threaded. But what's it called? CPU emulation is purely single-threaded, which is why I often look at the single-thread fast. Oh. Huh? Chat? Chat, what is this? One of y'all explain what this is, bro. Error SU9... What? What did y'all do, bro? I think one of y'all said 6.7 one too many times. And we got here. And it's been, what, 20 minutes? I think this is the first time I've ever seen something like this. Alright, yo, one in the chat if you've ever seen this before. No, it is not possible to make CPU emulation multi-threaded. This has been addressed a couple of times in the Discord. Holy. That's out of memory. I wonder whose fault it is. Actually, and y'all wonder why. Hold on, chat. Y'all wonder why. Y'all wonder why this old little thing right here. Where's the Pocket 386? You guys wonder why this thing ships with 8 megabytes of RAM instead of 4. Oh Lord, this is the stream of all time. We're making history right here. All right, let's hit OK and see what happens. Oh, oh, it just crashes the. Oh, oh no. I think it just crashed the entire installer. Yeah, it crashed the installer. Yep. Congratulations. Well, you guys got to see what happens with 4 megabytes of RAM. So, Kiro, in this particular machine, actually, where is it? This particular machine, mind you, I discussed this a little, I talked about this a little earlier in the stream, but this is the same exact chipset that is in this computer, the Pocket 386. So Windows 3.1, if you configure this machine correctly, you should be able to run things like Windows 3.1 just fine. But clearly, we went through hell and back for this. So much so that I started Windows 7 just to see if it would even work. I was like, nah, we ain't doing this. So I'm gonna go ahead and shut this down real quick. And yes, this is Windows 7. This is Windows 7 on 86 box. I don't even know, actually. I haven't even checked the prices for that thing on AliExpress, which is the crazy part. But yeah, this right here is Windows 7 on 86 box. You know, just here I was thinking that little trick that I was doing was going to oh, OSR 2.5 requires at least 12 meg. Oof. Well, that explains a lot. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and bump this up to 32 megabytes. But first, let me just take care of this. Well, look, if I try the faster Cyrix, mind you, I have an 11th gen i7. And I think if I go any faster on that, it's going to be worse. So, alright guys, I'm going to take a quick little break. I will be right back. Give or take about 5 minutes. Am I still muted? Is there any sound coming through to you all now? Alright, chat. So let's get back to business. So, you guys suggested 4 megabytes. Clearly that doesn't work. So I'm just gonna max the RAM out. But I will definitely be keeping the hard drive speed as is. Y'all hear me? I'm being heard. Perfect. Okay. So one change I'm gonna make here is we're gonna bump this back to 32 megabytes, just to make life easier, but we're keeping the hard drive as is. Floppa, I will keep that idea for a future stream. You can't call it the worst Windows 95 without even attempting to make it the worst. That's debatable depending on who you ask. Because if it's the worst, then I actually have to install it. And by the time I finish installing this, mind you, I have like two of those machines already on there. You guys are going to see what I'm talking about. Actually, I have to see if Smart Drive is even on here. Because a lot of you guys are asking me to run Smart Drive. But I don't think it's on there, is it? It's not. Windows setup already on Smart Drive. I mean, okay. If it does that, then, you know, to hell with it, I suppose. Now let's see what it's actually left in there. So we have, well, the setup files obviously are already there. But let's see what's in that Windows folder, if anything's even there. Oh! Nothing. Nothing is in that folder. So file copying didn't even start. Let's look at the logs. Let's look at the logs real quick. Oh, okay. Okay. Calm down, buddy. Alright, so edit is here. Let's look at how bad this was. I'm actually curious. Okay. So this is just alright. So this just takes a log of like everything that I chose during setup. Destination. Okay. Network. There's just a bunch of cab files. No clue what any of this is. Section. This looks normal so far. Gen install. Mind you, this is the first time I even look at a file like this, but not any of this is serious. I don't wait. Does 95 have save recovery? I don't think so. I didn't say MBR just now. Hold on. Gen install PC enhanced installer, I'm guessing. Okay, well, there's like nothing here. Oh, okay, there we go. So this was the error, generic installer error. I think actually, if I look a little further in chat, I think Jelani said something about that. Hold on. Check file system compatibility. This error often happens if you're trying to install a version of Windows 95 that only supports FAT16 on a drive format with FAT32. I'm willing to bet the lack of RAM was what actually caused the problem. I don't know. I'm willing to be wrong on this, but we'll see what happens when we start setup. Right, I think I've installed 95 on disk slightly larger than 2 gigs. I haven't done that recently. Actually, if I go and check in my machines, at least those that have Windows 95 on them, well, not this one. Ah, yeah, there we go. This particular machine has a 4 gigabyte hard drive. This particular machine right there. And then I have, all right, what's my, do I have a main machine unstable? Okay, all of those were, okay, yeah. Yeah, there's a couple that have hard drives greater than 2 gigs. Flop it. Do I have a NAS? No. I actually don't. Alright, so this one, 307, starting now. I believe you're asking me about my position on NC 4.0. It is, I guess it is the more stable version of 95, even if it means you can't really game on it. But I do think it is a pretty good operating system. I have like a fully loaded machine for NC4. I have 2 4 gig hard drives and then all of this stuff. I think I even have Visual Studio installed on there just to see if I can try my hand at some programming, but oh, there it is. This particular machine right there. I guess there's a reason I called it Plus Ultra. A 133 megahertz Pentium, 128 megs of RAM, maxed out Vision 964. Y'all can guess. 2 4 gig hard drives, 2 floppy drives, CD-ROM. Again, I run everything through SCSI here because NC4. Like I said, I have Visual Studio on there for whatever reason, just to try my hand at some software programming on there. But apart from that, not doing anything too crazy on this machine just yet. I mean, if y'all know what Plus Ultra is, chat, y'all can say it. I'm not gonna judge. This is a very anime friendly community. It's already been 2 minutes, chat. It has already been 2 minutes since I hit continue. And now we wait. What is Plus Ultra? Alright, so any anime connoisseurs, any anime enjoyers in chat, have any of y'all watched My Hero Academia? I'll just leave it at that. Now, before anyone asks me, no, I've never sat down and watched it, but I do know some of the characters and some of the lore. But if you ask me anything about MHA, I know absolutely nothing. Apart from characters and some memes here and there. What happens if you try Windows 98 in this type of machine? You're not gonna get anywhere. As far as I'm personally concerned, you're not gonna get anywhere unless you can try what Shadow said and just install it while bypassing that requirement. But oh well. Alright. Typical license agreement stuff. Moving on. So Floppa, this does answer your question. And I had a feeling. It does have safe recovery. But I'm not going to use it. Because I know damn well that this machine is able to handle 95 as it is. Only difference from my previous setups is I had the hard drive running at full speed. Except here, I'm running this at 3600 RPM. So, have fun with that. Alright. Oh, see Windows. Oh, fun. I think I should have just cleaned it up. Let's just do save recovery, actually. There we go. Because if not, I think we would have just installed it in a new folder. Would not have been fun. I did try Windows Vista. I will keep my experiences to myself for the time being. And yes, Ruina, 3600 RPM. As I mentioned earlier, it is, as of right now, the only hard drive speed that has guys, it's on the tip of my tongue. That has hard drive audio. We're gonna do the same thing we did last time, which is installing it in custom, which is what I always do. Windows 11 in 86 box? Yeah, have fun with that. See you, Shadow. Thanks for stopping by. We're gonna do the same things that we did here. Mind you, this is how I do all my installs. I don't even bother with fax or messaging. Unless there's a proper way to emulate that. Yeah, have fun. There's no chance. There is no chance. Obviously, you'd have better luck installing, what's it called? Yo, did we even get to that screen? Did we even get to the networking screen? I don't think so. Patience is indeed a virtue. No startup disk. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and keep track of the time here. 3:17 starting now. Hopefully it should not take that long. It's already been a minute and a half. You can get Windows 11 running on 86 box in theory. Just install Alpine and run Windows 11 in Keynote. Whoa! Fast forward as much as you can. That's actually wild. That's actually wild. Okay. Windows 8.1. Alright, first of all, I would love to see those claims be actually substantiated. Because I've tried running Windows 8. I've tried running Windows 8.1. I have tried running 10 on there. And nothing ever works. Even the earliest leaked build, as far as I'm concerned, is build 7850 of Windows 8. Nothing. Much less hard drive thrashing this time, so I think it did load the disk cache. Well, I mean, yeah. We gave that thing about 8 times more RAM than it actually had, so wouldn't exactly be surprised. So right now we're at 2 minutes. Hero, thank you for the super chat. I hope it will install Windows 95 with no errors. Honestly, me too. Because like I said, this is basically the same configuration that I have for my other machines. Again, just the only difference is the hard drive speed. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. All right, file copying started at 3:20 my time. Since I tend to forget, might as well put it in chat. Also, that screenshot's fake. Dreams do in fact come true. Yeah, guys, it was the RAM. It was the RAM. And honestly, I'm surprised it's even going this fast. We're already at 10%. What you want to do and more is now possible. Whatever you do will be more fun. Yeah, that definitely sounds like marketing from that time period. Broken Saw. I'm currently in Eastern time, so yeah. Because right now it's like 3:22, so yeah, I'm in Eastern time. The unattainable is unknowable with 32 megabytes of RAM. And just because I sent you a super chat, Windows 95 is finally installing. Well, thank you again for that super chat, but I don't know. Can you use an Xbox controllers as a Sidewinder controller? I have not tried that. I am not the best person to answer that question, to be honest. Did I ever try any Longhorn builds? Yes, I actually did. But it was forever ago. I tried build 3683, but I needed like a Celeron to run it, and it was kind of bad. So this is true. It is 420 somewhere, or 423 rather. You just missed our mark by 3 minutes, Killer Rabbit. This is unfortunate. Fellas, did it hang? Okay, well, clearly not. Right now we're stuck at 12%. Oh, never mind. It's just taking its sweet time. I hit it at 422, which is 422. This is also true. Okay, 13%. Okay, so for this experiment, I have an idea. I think what I can do in the meantime, let me see, where are my other machines? Did I ever finish setting this one up? Let me see if this works. There we go. Alright. This is an overlay I made exactly for this purpose. We're gonna see if during that time I can actually knock out a couple of solitary games. Let me see if I actually finish setting up this machine. Windows 95 is the easiest Windows yet. If only it was that easy on a scenario where an emulated computer is slower than a growing fingernail. True. Dang it. Alright, let's give this a try. Okay, so this machine's actually already set up-ish. I personally have never tried a Linux distro in 86 box, but hey, what does it look like that? Hold on. Interesting. All right. Yeah, obviously for prehistoric Windows, I mean for Linux versions, we should be fine. How are we doing over here? Actually, I think this is better. We're currently at 14%. Oh, one. All right. Solitaire maxing. Let's go. All right, so where does this go? The ace goes here. Install the entertainment pack. I don't think I have any machines that have the entertainment pack. I probably should though. We'll see if I can get it installed. Let me finish this solitaire game real quick. Okay. Is there anything I can go on a red 9 shot? You can go home. You can go home as well. Let's see if this makes any sense. You can go home as well. Okay, let me see something. There should be a red king somewhere. Nope. We do not have any red kings. This is already concerning. TC for this one. For this one, I'm using the Diamond Stuff 32, which I believe is the. Hold on. Yeah, this is the the Tseng ET4000 W32P, which is the this one right here, with 2 megabytes of RAM as usual. All right. Problem is, yeah, there's no red king, which is already concerning. So what I could do here, alright, any red 8s? Any red 8s? No. Oh, okay, hold on. 3 of spades. Bingo. Alright, so 3 of hearts. This is already not even looking good. Yeah, Stealth 32, the Tseng version. That's just, yeah, Tseng ET4000 W32P, the Stealth 32 version. Floppa, I suggest you go as crazy as you wish with that particular rig of yours. I don't have any more aces, which is already concerning. Okay, so here. I think I had the perfect card for that. I was dealt the worst hand imaginable, allegedly. Actually, hold on. Whatever king is in there, can probably make some use of it. Yes, I can definitely make some use of it. Hold on. Hold on, chat. Let me cook. Let me cook, as they say. Pass it like twice. Bingo. Alright. And another king. There we go. That was the king I was looking for initially. And then after that was a red jack. And then I can actually move this over here. Perfect. What do we got? Oh, well, guess those two go together. Any red 10s, chat? Any red 10s? Yes. That'll do the trick. Alright, 3 of diamonds, I can go here. Alright, ace of that, let's go. Oh, Morris? No, I have not watched that. Regarding the setup screens, I love this era of computing because there was so much energy focused on teaching people how everything worked. I mean, you know, computers back then, they were like genuinely intent on teaching you, or I guess companies were very intent on like teaching you how this can, you know, improve your life. It's like, oh, you want to take this on the road, then use this utility or whatever, you know. Get less done. Windows 95 is true. Alright, do we have a black 6 and a red 5? I want to move... Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Actually, I'm going to delay my addition of that to the pile just so I can... Hold on. Do the following. Alright, you can go over here. Red 8 goes over here. What do we have here? Alright, perfect. Alright, now I need a red king. I think the only red king that was in the pile. I might have fucked that one up real bad, chat. That is correct. I did. But not if I do this. Okay. Okay, well, the problem we have now... I haven't tried... Well, I haven't tried Proto Web in, like, quite a while. So I wouldn't be able to tell you. That was still a surprisingly bad hand. Hold on. What about this? No, the ace is somewhere in here, bro. Oh, there we go. It wasn't in front of me this entire time. There we go. The ace was right there. I think this is winnable. I think this game is winnable, chat. I sincerely believe with all my heart that this game is winnable. This goes here. Oh man. Use drag and drop to push heavy metal for copy files and folders. Alright. Do we have a 7 of this? We do have a 7 of this. And a 5 and a 6 and a 7. 6! Anyways. Oh. I'm not winning this the way I thought I was going to. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh! What a twist! What a twist, chat! Oh no. Okay, perfect, perfect. Okay. Okay, very winnable. Very winnable, chat. Very, very winnable. Right. Very, very winnable. There we go. We've done it. In less than 486 seconds. Bingo. So I was able to beat one game of Solitaire while this thing's installing. Oh, lovely. Thank you, chat. Thank you. Now, reminder, we started this at 3:20 p.m., so about 17 minutes ago. I will ask the people again. Do you believe that the install is going to take an hour or 2 or more hours? Sound off, fellas. Yeah, you're right. Let's actually install a couple of things on this machine. This is quite bare bones. We'll see how much we can do on that machine by the time I'm done with it. But for now, let me figure out where to install this thing. Alright, do I have entertainment pack? Let's see. I should actually. PC games. Okay, I have all 4. Actually, let me do something. I have to make this machine a little prettier. Yeah, oh man, this is just the default. Ugh. Oh, this doesn't even have. Oh, I'm fucking cooked. This doesn't even have a CD drive. This is bad. This is particularly bad. This thing doesn't even have a CD drive. All right, where's the blues? Bingo. Alright, this definitely looks a lot better. Nah! Look, we all love hot dog stand, but I really do care about my eyes. Alright, let's go ahead and install. Oh, fun. Looks like I actually did install, I did add the floppy drive sounds in this one. Perfect. The install is likely going to take 5 days, 16 hours, 1 Canadian dollar, 2 kidneys, and 1 stone. Oh, this shouldn't take too long, actually. Let's see how productive we can be while this thing is actually installing, chat. Now, for the more avid viewers of the channel, I did try installing the entertainment pack on Windows 3.0 on 8088. I think only 3 of the games worked. There's 8 games in this pack, and only 3 worked on 8088. Just crazy to think about, but hey, you know. As you've asked me to install Microsoft Bob Descartes, but I have to figure out if I even have it downloaded. Also, I noticed something. It's running at 40 something hertz. Which is interesting. But anywho. Alright, let's give at least one of those games a try. Oh, no. Alright. Entertainment pack. Alright, let's give, La 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 la. Okay. Is it starting? Alright. I'm good at this, chat, I promise. Oh, this is perfect. Nice. How therapeutic. Alright, we got a long boy. Let's go. Oops. Another big boy. I still gotta clear that one. I'll put that long boy here. And that should open the hole again. Nice. Another long boy. Oh, this is actually working in my favor. This is very much working in my favor, chat. Alright, a little high IQ strat here. Got a long boy. And potentially another high IQ strat. Oh, I don't think it's actually gonna work. Oh, actually, okay, never mind. It did a thing. It did a thing, I'm not complaining. Wait. Fuck. Alright, nice. This is us literally doing anything unrelated to Windows 95 while Windows 95 installs next door. Like, holy shit. Can I have one more long boy, please? Can I have one more long boy? Please, computer. This ain't looking good. Oh shit. Can I have one more long boy, please? God damn it. Oh, I'm getting tripped up already. Alright, one line down. One line down. Oh, perfect. Alright, 2 lines. Nice. Oh, I fucked that one up. I humbly request one more long boy. I humbly request one more long boy. Come on. Nice! Got him just in time. Dang it. Ah, fuck! It's over. It's over, guys. I tried. Alright, let me catch up with chat real quick. Alright, so CISO has a confession. He's dog shit at Reversey. All they likes playing Tetris in Windows 3.1. My dad somehow had a beta version of this Tetris game, and at the end of the game, the dialogue said, "Game over, man." Oh, I felt that one. Played the next Tetris. I would have been like 50 of these and not a single long boy. I don't know, man. The game is conspiring against me. The game truly is conspiring against me. You just hate to see it. Right now we're sitting at 37%. It's been 26 minutes. I'll be right back, actually. Chat, it is gonna take quite a bit of time to install. Because we've been at it for half an hour now. Okay, so the keyboard sound effect, yeah, I would have to agree with Killer Rabbit here. Again, I'm not a developer for 86 bucks, so I can't really answer those kinds of questions. I'm sure we've gotten those requests before, but it would get old fast, I'm sure. And imagine adding those through what's it called, in post. Like if I'm like while I'm making videos, that also would take quite a while. So we're actually, let's go ahead and you have made the Tetris Hall of Fame, bro. What? Okay, I think this is like the first. I think this is like the first time I've ever seen that. Hold on. I don't know. Let's see if that works. 46. Oh man, the actual record was 5,000, and I could have beat that. I was like about 300 points off. Well, guys, I cannot guarantee anything. Again, I'm not a developer. I don't know if CD drives or if CD-ROM's audio is in the works yet. If CD-ROM drive sounds are in the works yet. But all I can say is just stay tuned. Just stay tuned. Just join our Discord. Just join our Discord to stay up to date on anything 86 box related. Just join our Discord. I just posted a link in the chat. Like I said here, chat, great things take time. Yeah, just save it, bro. Just save it. Alright. We'll go ahead and install the second pack. Which the second pack is also just 2 floppies. Good to know. Where's a refresh in this thing? Is that a thing? And yes, it is. All right. So this is pack number 2. So fellas, we've been at it for a good half hour here. And yeah, crazy install time. Now imagine if it actually went through with 4 megabytes of RAM. Just imagine. We've had a Discord server for quite a while actually. This is where all our activity is. Now, I don't even remember what this thing has. I don't think I even tried Entertainment Pack 2 as of yet. I'll have to see what this thing actually has. Excuse me, sir. this is like quite literally like how much can we get done while this thing is installing? I've seen a couple of games like Rattler Race or Rattle Race, Stones. Like, what is this? Oh wait, this thing also came with Idlewild? Huh. Alright then. Let's just take some time to explore what Entertainment Pack 2 has. So again, we have Tetris, Minesweeper, which I believe also comes with this, with Windows 3.11, which it does. Will we probably be able to make your own OS faster than you can install 95? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. The way this is going right now, I wouldn't only imagine. Now, FreeCell, if I remember correctly, does require Win32s, but I think it depends on the version. Oh, so it does run. Okay. Chat, here's the thing. I don't remember how to play this game. This is my confession. Yes, I resign. Bye. Idlewild, if I remember correctly, is just screensavers. Life in color. Random fractal. Okay, but I don't think that's what the original Idlewild came with. Yeah, it's different. But we've got a lot of just stuff from Brad Christian and Tony Kruger. And here, what do we have? Yeah, quite a few more contributors here, which we love to see. All right, let's look at this real quick. Yo, guys, wasn't there like a computer virus that did this? Do we have any Daniel White viewers in chat? Oh right, now I remember. I think there was a virus called MeltingScreen that just slowly just melted your desktop whenever you tried running on something that was infected. Let's look that up actually. Let's look that up. Am I logged in here? No, I don't think so. I rarely use Firefox as it is. Yeah, I don't. So it's gonna have to be over here. MeltingScreen and Cascade. Yeah, there you go. It's one of those. Windows Entertainment Pack 4 has Chips Challenge. I'll install that about his... Yo, guys. He hasn't uploaded in a whole year. Man. We miss you, Dan. Hope you're doing well wherever you are. The absolute legend. MeltingScreen. I think that's what it was. Yeah. There we go.
Hello everyone. Today we're taking a look at one of my favorite worms.
So it's not even a virus per se. It's a whole it's a worm. That's different. That in and of itself is completely different, chat. Oh good lord. Can't even... Alright. Make this smaller. There we go. I think Drago 1 left for his own reasons. I personally can't confirm this, but yeah, I do miss Drago 1. But anyhow, we're currently at 53%. So
creative. Of course, I'm talking about the MeltingScreen. Hello everyone. Today we're taking a look at one of my favorite worms because its payload is very creative. Of course, I'm talking about the MeltingScreen worm. Go ahead and run it. We'll see if it mass mails itself. Runtime error 438. Object doesn't support this property or method. Now this is a fake message. Don't appear to get the email. However,
Oh,
the
is
email
it?
tells you to install VBS runtimes in order to see this really cool melting screensaver. Now, this worm basically makes companion files for all these exe files in the Windows folder. You can see the snowflakes are here
Oh,
everywhere.
what the hell is
At
that?
least at the top they were.
Mind you, growing up, guys, growing up, I used to watch Daniel fairly religiously, and is it crazy that I don't remember what any of those were?
Anyway, this makes computing very difficult. Cannot find the file. Okay. Runtime error 75. Path access error. Requested file is not a valid font file. Now basically, when it copies all these names for itself, it cross-links all these exes to run random programs. So you could try to run calculator, you'll end up getting something completely different. See, this is supposed to be media player, however it doesn't do anything. Let's see what else.
You had one job, buddy. You had one job. You could have ran ARP, but you didn't. If you know, you know.
We'll go ahead and restart so we can fully infect the PC. Just gotta wait a few minutes because this computer is slow.
That's what everyone said, boss.
I'm thinking about doing something very special with this computer.
Okay. Y'all heard this real quick? Oh yeah, this is 2012. Yeah. So if you guys were here for the CIH stream, I did show you guys the Anuk to 1 CIH video. And I just stopped and I just paused at the right moment. Because this was 3 days. Actually no. It was the same year that he destroyed this computer with CIH. Well, 3 months prior to that. Because the video came out on April 26th. That was when he decided to destroy it. But then he said something very special with this. I'm like, okay, interesting. So this is a 430 TX based computer. We'll just wait and see how far this goes. This is a Award BIOS version 4.51 PG. I'm certain we emulate something like that over here.
Computer. If you guys would like, this computer is slow.
Okay.
I'm thinking about doing something very special with this computer. If you guys would like, on April 26th...
I called it! I called it, chat. On April 26th, I will destroy this 430 TX machine.
CIH, I could potentially destroy this computer with CIH. Have the overwriting BIOS payload and all that crap. I think it would be a really nice send-off. And yeah. Alright, we'll go ahead and do that, because that'll be really cool. And I've never trashed one of my computers with CIH yet.
And yet we were able to do it using 86 bucks. And you guys have to know one thing. This is what I realized. You know, this one machine, by the way. It's one machine. Yes, I mean, Windows 98 like instantly shit itself. But it's getting the real payload. That was a pain. Yes, Chernobyl. CIH, or rather, the Killjoy, as I love to call it.
Which, in over 3 years of doing this, is a bit overdue. So, this computer is falling apart anyway. CD drive works 50% of the time. Floppy drive, same thing. Basically just falling apart. Alright, we'll see if we can get some melting screen going on here. Because it looks pretty cool. See all these frost icons everywhere of files that have been replaced so far. Come on, you're supposed to melt the screen. Do it. And every time you run one of these files, it infects another one. Hardware info runs an uninstaller. MeltingScreen executable runs as WJ view help. Media player runs smart drive. You can see everything's just getting messed up here. But it's not melting the screen, which is a very bad email worm. Why is that accessing the floppy disk drive? I don't understand. What are you doing? Oh, it's trying to clean up the drive. Okay. Come on, melt. Melt. Damn you. Melt. Son of a bitch.
This is one of the things I realized. This was basically me with CIH when I'm like, just break the fucking BIOS already. Just break the BIOS. Like, it took me like 2 hours to get that payload to work. And it's insane. It took like 2 whole hours. And if some of y'all were in chat, if some of y'all were here when it happened, I was in just complete shock when it happened. Instead of accessing the floppy drive. Imagine if you ran MeltingScreen. Like, imagine if you had the CIH executables on your computer and you ran MeltingScreen. Imagine the virus executable getting infected itself. It's like... It's like, not this time, Killjoy. It's my turn.
DOS rep, Dr. Watson, scan disk. That's not what I wanted. Explorer.bin. You see it stores the original files in these .bin files and then takes their original name. Okay, sound recorder. That's not what I wanted. I want you to melt the damn screen.
He's just fucking losing it. Yeah, it's like, oh, he just runs his bait at Axstat. And meanwhile, we have Windows 3.1 melting here with Idlewild. Actually, at this point, just a Russian roulette type scenario, since any other program could possibly run CIH. This is true. This is true. Now, Obat, you mentioned fast forward, which is one of the features that's still exclusive to Nightly. But we've been here, let me see, we've been here for about almost an hour. So let's see. Let's see the effects of fast forward here. All right. Kicking this into high gear starting now. All right. So 48 minutes on at normal speed. Percentage right now is about 300 something percent, so about 3 times speed. We'll see how long it takes us now. Well, we're gonna keep watching. We're gonna keep watching old Daniel until this thing is done, because my goodness, this is gonna take a while.
The Windows 98. Damn it! Get out of here. What? Whoa! What?
Wait! What? Wait, what was that?
Okay, sound recorder. That's not what I wanted. I want you to melt the damn screen. God, you jerk. Welcome to Windows 98. Damn it, get out of here. What? Whoa, what? What? Oh, what the hell is going on? Okay.
He's just fucking losing it.
Get out of here. Windows, okay. Melt the screen. Welcome to Windows Update.
Is this supposed to...
Phone dialer. Imaging. And none of these are melting the screen. Font view. Alright, we'll play some Solitaire.
Wait. Hold up. So with use 486 interpreter for 286 and 386, you'd have been able to push it higher. Huh. I should have considered that during my testing, actually. I've been doing most of my testing on stable, so I didn't even notice that. So fair call there, Robot.
There. And hearts, apparently.
Is it searching for LNK files in the start menu? I couldn't tell you, but my guess is it's probably just from what it looks like, because Axstat is not in the start menu. Axstat is not in the start menu, mind you. It's just digging for. I think it's just digging for any executable files it can find. I don't know if I can get my hands on the MeltingScreen virus so I can like test that, but I don't know. We shall see.
Minesweeper. Kodak. JView. M386. Drive space. Win pop-up.
For applications to start, well, sure doesn't look like it, because I don't think font viewer is even in there. Yeah, like Octumi's saying, it'll just link the program to different other infected programs that will. So, like I said, or I guess as I assumed rather, it's probably just looking for whatever other executable that's on the computer.
Okay. Ping.bin was just created. What's ping.exe do? IP config.
This is insane.
There we go. Finally. Holy crap, that took forever. MeltingScreen payload, which looks really cool. That should not have taken 5.5 minutes to get to work. Well, I guess this serves as a good example that viruses can be a real pain in the ass sometimes.
This is true.
Now this doesn't stop. If you escape, no. See if Task Manager will come up, yeah. Alright, Task Manager, you can end MeltingScreen. Okay, now it does it all the time. What an asshole. Worms are assholes. That's all there is to it. Okay, now every time it does it. However, I had to run like 100 infected files before it would even do this.
You do consider that like half of the video? Or more than half of the video? Was him literally just crashing out over the fact that it wasn't able to run?
There we go.
Crazy.
Finally. Holy crap, that took forever. We get the MeltingScreen payload, which looks really cool. That should not have taken
installed
5.5
Windows 8.1
minutes
on
to
your
get to work.
2006 PC. To be fair, Windows 8.1 still is 32-bit, so
example.
Hope it runs
that
fine.
viruses can be a real pain in the ass sometimes.
It is melting.
Now this doesn't stop.
Probably not
Escape,
melting
no.
like this.
See if Task Manager will come up, yeah. Alright, Task Manager, you can end MeltingScreen. Okay, now it does it all the time. What an asshole. Worms are assholes. That's all there is to it. Okay, now every time it does it. However, I had to run like 100 infected files before it would even do this. Let's try restarting the PC and see if it melts the screen immediately on starting the computer, now that a whole ton of files are infected. I guess this is a nice long video, but a lot of it is just me swearing at the PC for being stupid. I guess that doesn't
This is true. This was quite literally the CIH stream. It's like, yeah, you made Windows 98 unbootable, but it's like, why are you not breaking the BIOS?
very good content.
It's funny in 2012 is like, yeah, my crash out will make for just extremely good content. And here we are. This thing is sitting at like 2.1 million views. And for some reason, this was already auto-dubbed? Wait, what? I hope this is a clickbait. No, okay, let me test the theory. Let me see if I want to be surprised if this was actually auto dubbed. No, this isn't. PC is a Lenovo ThinkPad T60 with Windows 8.1 update. You know what's funny? Actually, it wasn't a T60 I was working on. It was a T61. But I remember installing 8.1 64-bit on that thing. And it lagged to shit. It wasn't until I installed the 32-bit version that everything was more or less bearable. But... wait, what? Floppa, you actually tried to install NT4 on a fucking Ivy Bridge server? Stop. Like, not even XP, bro. NT fucking 4. Okay, let's see how the poll is doing. Right now, we're seeing like 2 hours plus. And mind you, this is with fast forward on. It's almost been an hour. Oh, Lord. A keyboard doesn't work. Yeah. I mean, keyboard is probably plugged in via USB. And here's the thing. Have fun trying to deal with USB on NT4. Got to the screen which is asking for the owner name. Oh, fun. Well, at least you got somewhere. And here's the thing. I don't think what's it called? I don't think NT4 setup has anything with what's it called? Anything like on-screen keyboard, any accessibility looking thing, like at all. So what's this? Oh. How pretty. So this version of Idlewild is actually interesting. Mandelbrot. Okay. Yeah, no on-screen keyboard. Ah, come on. No on-screen keyboard at all. Yeah, I figured. How pretty. Wait, it's actually drawing this in higher resolution. I want to see how 86 box lags while running mems. I actually did run mems on 86 box, but that was like last year. I don't think I even have it recorded. But I do have mems somewhere. I moved the damn thing. Alright, what's spiderweb? Interesting. I thought it would fill up the entire screen. That actually looks real fancy. What about this one? Yo, what happened to making computing fun, bro? What happened to all of this? You're using ILO? I don't think I've heard of that for NT4 before. Hi, 4ox. Welcome to the stream. Alright, guys. It has officially been a whole hour since we started copying files. I mean, I can install Microsoft Arcade. If this thing, well, if it doesn't take too long. Let me just check out the last whoa. Okay, looks like that graphics card doesn't really like the stretch effect. Interesting. Got replaced by AI slop and vibe coding. True. At some point the whimsy was lost. I'll say this. You guys can hate on Windows Vista all you want, chat. But I am of the opinion that Windows Vista had the highest fucking level of whimsy. Because the design choice was such a departure from the likes of 2000 and 9X and even XP to some degree. Like, it had like this, I don't know how to explain it. This, like, it looked a little rough, but you know it was just usable, you know? It didn't look like the most aesthetically pleasing. I guess XP was just, you know, a step in that direction, but it was still very functional, you know? And then Windows Vista came along. And mind you, completely different. Everything just looks different. Everything just looks completely redesigned. But of course, massive roadblocks, you know, graphics issues, yada fucking yada. Yeah, it was just different, you know? But I think what was peaking there is that you had a bunch of like sample songs. You know, when you dig into, you know, so what else does this come with? You know, I think it had the most like songs on there. It had stuff like Karsh Kalei. I'm trying to remember a couple other artists. The Posies. Mind you, some amazing fucking music was bundled with Vista. Like, I would never back down from this. You know? And mind you, my favorites were Distance and One Step Beyond by Karsh Kalei. And Karsh Kalei, mind you, he still makes music to this day. This same guy, those songs came out like 20 some years ago. This guy's still making music. That was fun. And then Windows 7 came around and they were trying to bring it back more to like the functionality of things. Mind you, Windows 7 was amazing. Just drop the sample songs count down to 3 because I'm guessing they probably lost a bunch of money trying to license those songs to be bundled with Windows Vista, with Windows in general. But oh right, no hay problema. I remember that one actually. If you guys look hard enough, oh shit, I think I have that build somewhere. I think I have like this one Longhorn build that had no hay problema. Like, if you guys look hard enough, actually, you guys will find a very specific. Yeah, this is what's it called? I think some Longhorn builds did have a song called No Hay Problema. Yeah, sample music. I'm telling you, sample stuff, sample media on Windows was peak. I mean, think of it. This is how that song Like Humans Do by David Byrne got popular. I think. But then again, David Byrne was already popular. You know, from Talking Heads fame, Psycho Killer and all. But deadass, if you go to I'll prove that point right now actually. If you look that song up, I'm not gonna play it obviously for copyright reasons, but yeah, I think this, you know, yeah, people do remember that stuff. Early Windows Longhorn builds is just Windows XP and Blue. True. Pretty sure it was most, if not all, pre-reset Longhorn builds had no problema in them before the reset. I can't exactly confirm that, cause I haven't tried anything Longhorn in like several years. And let me just Preparing to restart your computer. All right, so yeah, it's basically been a whole hour. So you guys are saying that total install time would have been 2 hours if I didn't use fast forward. But here we are. Weezer's Buddy Holly video on the Windows 95 series was iconic. I have yet to look through all of that stuff. But actually, I'm gonna go ahead and shut down my my Windows 3.1 VM because we've done what we came here to do. And we're back in action. So this took us about an hour and 5 minutes, and this is including fast forward, mind you, to install. So now we've removed the floppy drive from this thing. Okay, so Bandit. I actually vaguely remember the songs. XP. Well, I have XP Service Pack 3 installed somewhere. I wonder if here's the thing. I wonder if they're any different based on the editions. But what's it called? Highway Blues and some Beethoven song were on XP. Yes, I'm aware like most of the all builds up to Vista RTM have a time bomb. And this is exactly why we can disable time sync in 86 box. And here we have returned to our good old Geiger counter hard drive. Microsoft Arcade might be capable of running okay on this machine. Beautiful Way by Beck. That was in Windows ME. That was in Windows ME. Yeah, I very clearly remember that. So Microsoft Arcade requires a 286. I think I... Can you taste metal? Wait, what's the reference? What's the reference, Rez? Okay, let me see. So I don't have the original Doom, but I do have Doom 2. I have like a whole whoa, I have like several fucking wads for Doom. Dang. God, this is brutal. This is brutal. Oh, when there's too much radiation, you can apparently taste metal. Oh boy. What if a washing machine is a time machine? How clothes return back to their original form after the wash? Isn't that concerning? Music plays. Alright. It's time to identify ourselves to Windows. Keep this real simple actually. term used in the medical sector is this what? This juicia? Is that even a... How do you even pronounce that? The taste disorder characterized by a persistent, distorted sense of taste, often described as described as metallic, bitter, rancid, or salty. Even when dysgeusia. Okay. Okay, but I didn't even use any switches for this. I've installed, guys, I've installed 95 just as I usually do on any machine. I'd say this is pretty close to how it actually sounded. Those hard drives love to grind away. I bid thee to pay thy respects to Dompari, who provided us with floppy drive sounds and hard drive sounds as early as version 5.2, by the way. Made a couple of videos on that. Started off with the floppy drive sounds and then the hard drive sounds, which are currently exclusive to Nightly. Or running Windows 95. Actually, no. Actually, this is running at 32 megabytes. That's 32 megabytes of RAM now. But mind you, this is 386, which is very close to minimum, you know? Yes, this is a 386SX equivalent CPU. The Ali M6117. Allegedly below the minimum system requirements. Go ahead and show y'all what I have to deal with right now. One sec. So, as I've said before, the Ali M6117 is, according to a couple of sources, a 386SX equivalent, as we can see here. Hold on. This is the M6117. Oh, definitely not a microcontroller, microprocessor for fuck's sake. M6117 386SX compatible microprocessor. It maximum speed is 40 megahertz on this thing. So yeah, whether you want to call that minimum requirements or not, like I'm not even using any switches for this. But yeah, 40 megahertz Ali M6117, or I guess 386SX, 32 megs of RAM. This particular graphics card with 1 megabyte of VRAM, 1.7 gig hard drive, 1.44 megabyte 3.5 inch floppy drive, CD-ROM drive, Sound Blaster 16, Realtek 8019 AS, PS2 keyboard and mouse. Once you get it installed, start lowering the RAM and see how much longer it takes to boot. I don't think I'm gonna do that in this stream, honestly. It's embedded CPUs, I thought, for compatibility for legacy. I mean, yeah. Oh, there we go. And this is where I always do the following. Just point it to the files that I copied, as I always do. Crazy Morocco, I always wonder why you preface your messages with "you may also not see this." Like, chat isn't going like brutally fast. Like, I already read your message. So all builds from 95 to Windows 10 have a time bomb, and also when it reaches the deadline, it patches IO.dll so the computer won't boot. Yeah, this is true actually. Well, to be fair, I have tried Wait, did I even? Huh. I'm trying to remember how far back I went with some builds of Whistler. I think it was like several years ago on VirtualBox. Bye, No Kyoto. Thank you for coming by. I should make a proper Win95 boot disc sometimes. This is what happens when you don't use a proper one. Well, can you blame all boot discs, Ryuzaki? You know? Would you say that watching Windows 95 install is a kind of meditation? Well, if you have the right kind of music in the background, yes, definitely. For best experience, Pentium or newer is recommended for Windows 95. Yeah, I mean, I do recommend. Actually, I might still have that machine here. Windows 95 OSR 2.5. Yep, I have a 100 megahertz Pentium right here, 32 megs of RAM. Basically, same as that machine actually. Diamond still 64 VRAM, I'm sure, and then the AWE32. This is just like the pure software masochism test right there. Windows 95 RTM does say 386DX in the system requirements, and I'm here installing OSR 2.5. And let me tell y'all this: I have it installed twice on both of those machines, including this one. And it runs. It runs, chat. So whether it's a 386DX or a 386SX or whatnot, at least we know it's definitely not going to run on a 286. Now, of course, I don't recommend this particular configuration for Windows 95, like, ever. You know, if you are a self-respecting human being, obviously you're gonna go with something that I have here, for example. Where's my actual machine? Yeah, so this one is a little, this one's a bit more on the crazier side. It has 150 megahertz Pentium, 64 megs of RAM, 4 gig hard drive, Matrox Millennium, which is a pretty powerful graphics card, all things considered. Or you're gonna go with something like this, which I think I used for the Windows 95 video. Something like this, like at least a Pentium, 32 megs of RAM, decent graphics card like the Vision 964. Of course, at least a 1 gig hard drive if you want to stay on the safe side. At least a Sound Blaster 16. Here I'm using the AWE32. That should basically get you started on 95 easily. Yeah, my point. My point. So right now we're talking about, like, basically, like, the 386 is quite literally the oldest 32-bit CPU that's capable of running this thing. Like, imagine. I love that it's not hard cut off. So it seems like it just tries its best on older hardware, and sometimes it works. Sometimes, yeah, this is true. It's not like nowadays where you just, you know, set it, or rather, it's not like now where the computer just scans all your hardware and it just detects something that's allegedly unsupported, and it's gonna be like, oh, we can't install it, you know, Windows 11 style. Like, oh no, your computer technically is not supported. Sorry. Hi, Nickel360. Welcome to the stream. I'm not sure what exactly was, you know, 86 Bucks Live's biggest hell stream. I think it might very much be today. Yeah, basically like Windows 11. Because as far as I'm concerned, they managed to get Windows 11 working on a Core 2 Duo with enough hacks. Allegedly, it needs TPM. So, and they seem to be getting rid of the workarounds like rather quickly, which, you know, it doesn't surprise me. But That's Microsoft for you. Alright, I hope this thing doesn't actually, hang. Would that VM run one part of this? You could have just asked if it can run Crisis, buddy. It's okay. Half-Life on the 386? I don't think so, boss. I don't think so. I'm not even gonna bother trying. When did we start that install again? Well, the file copying process, I very much do remember, was at 3:20 p.m. my time. Right now it is 4:41 p.m. It's getting very close to 5. And we've been live since 1. I think Windows 95 would be even slower on a real 386 SX because we would even. Honestly, I don't know if I'm gonna do something like this next stream, because my God, this is painful. This is actual fucking pain. '98 Lite. I haven't tried '98 Lite. Well, you know, we shall see where this takes us. Because I do want to do something, fun that doesn't require like installing like operating systems from scratch. Because we've done that quite a few times. Like last week we did NT4 quite literally on a whim, and now we're doing 95 on this dog shit machine. So, gotta balance things out. Oh, this thing really is taking its sweet time, chat. Patience really is a virtue of industrial proportions. We've been live since 1. Sleep and then wake up for some hours and best magic speed hack. Yeah, for sure. Shareware marathon. Guys, I think I know what I could do. I just realized I have like a shitload of Doom wads. Where were those? Let me see. Okay, Doom 1.2. Doom 1666. How do I even, like... Is there like an actual launcher for those? Honest to God. Can you imagine how painful this was during the time frame I wasn't here? Nickel! Chat asked me to install this thing with 4 megabytes of RAM. In the old days, while Windows was installing, we'd go drink something, watch TV. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we did. Thank you, Life. Azure running Windows 11 on 86 bucks. Oh, that's not gonna happen. Windows 11 is 64-bit only. You're not even gonna like have a chance of running that. Watch a couple episodes of Rocco's Modern Life. Yeah, sure, why not? Yo, chat. Nickel is very confused as to why I sound like I'm borderline having a crash out. Y'all remember, and you guys voted for this. You guys voted to have 4 megabytes of RAM. And during all this time, my Windows 7 machine on 86 bucks was able to boot up while it was still preparing to copy files until it crashed. Mind you, this little shit right here, Cyrix III with 1 gig of RAM. 400 megahertz, by the way. Watch some old Italian TV recordings from the 90s while 95 is installing and pretend you actually are in 1995. Just, yikes, bro. Oh, hard drive noises. This had to be done a lot. Install your drivers in the wrong order, replace the DLL with older version. Too bad, F-disk format reinstall. No. We should still be live? We are still going, chat. We are still going. Is it Octumi? Is it really rotting my brain? I don't even know anymore. This is definitely the longest live stream we've had in like at all. Like last week we already had a record. I think the total VOD time was like 3 hours and 47 minutes. Right now on OBS it's showing 3 hours and 50. Okay, no, I do not have a printer on here. Oh. Is the pain over, chat? Homelander, I'm probably gonna take a break from installing operating systems for a while now. Cause we definitely went through hell today. I do want to try something different in today's stream. Oh! Well, here we are. We made it to the desktop, chat. Oh! We did it! We did it, chat. We did it, Reddit. And you know exactly how I'm going to celebrate. Well, at least we know the sound drivers are working. And this right here, chat. This is how we're celebrating. Chat, all rise. Okay. So with that being said, I do realize it isn't 640 by 480. It's 16 colors. I know damn well this card I know damn well that this. Huh? Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, that's what I thought. Okay. No. Yes, I do want to restart my computer. Oh, the fact that I did this right after install is wild. Because usually I would just wait until I actually restarted and then did whatever I needed to do. Bro, that hard drive sounds so bugged, it's insane. The S3 928, the Elza Winter 2000, with 1 megabyte of VRAM. I think that's why it's capped at 800 by 600. I'm just sitting here hoping that didn't break it. This is quite the noisy stream at this point. Passport. Yeah, I'll give that a try. I'll give that a try. Whoa. Oh, okay. That scared me for a bit. I don't know why I give this 1 megabyte of VRAM. You may be able to get that in true color, but only 640 by 480. Huh. Point taken. Oh, lovely. The adapter type is incorrect, the current settings do not work with your hardware. Okay, let's see what's happening. Okay, advanced properties, S3. Okay. I'm gonna keep that 640 by 480 for now, see what that does. Interesting. That's a... I don't think I've seen this font before in DOS. What kind of fuckery is this? I would love to see this thing at least get a proper MS Paint background. Well, Tomi, I'm glad you mentioned that because there's a little trick I learned in old Paint that I'll be demonstrating once I actually, you know, get color to work on this particular machine. Because now I feel like I've been gaslit. One sec. So if I recall correctly, yeah, I used the 928 in this particular machine. I have to configure the... No, well, Obad, the thing is I used the Elsa in Unstable, the Elsa Winter 2000 with 4 megabytes of VRAM. Just for shits and giggles, I decided to just give it 1. Yeah, honestly, I'm just as confused, chat. This is definitely the longest Windows 95 install of all time. To consider the fact that I have like zero idea what's happening. It's wild. We now have a white screen. And it's black now. What is that? What is happening? Oh. Dude, this thing is struggling. Okay, well, it looks like we definitely did get, like... Huh. Alright. So maybe it needed a couple of restarts. Yeah, I can only push this like 16-bit. No. Alright, let's see if that works. Nope. We're stuck at 640 by 480. You know what? We'll be fine. Like, I am trying to escape the bounds of 640 by 480, but I am utterly unable to. How painful. Alright, well, let's see what we have here. This is like the jankest install of all time. So the computer here is called next gen driven, not next gen, chat. Next gen. 32 megabytes of RAM. No, but guys, the strange part is unstable. I was actually able to push this thing to like what, 1024 by 768? There must have been a regression. Think of 640 by 480 as realistic emergence for the 13-inch CRT monitors of the era. Fair point. Alright, let's see here. Does this work? Okay, so the 8019 has been implemented without any issues. Good to know. Next gen misidentification happens on real hardware as well. I would not be surprised, honestly. What date is on this thing? It's ahead. For TimeSync to allegedly be working on this machine is crazy. All right, let me fix how this thing looks. Details. There you go. For some odd reason, I'm not able to go past 640 by 480, but since we did get better colors on this machine, we will deliver this. Actually, let me hide those. There we go. Attributes 320 by 240. So there's this little trick I learned where if you create any shape, mind you create any shape whatsoever. Okay, I have no idea why does this bug, but take any shape, you fill it in, and then you select this mode, draw a bunch of zigzag lines on it, and then you hold shift and then just move it around. It's gonna use that as a bit of A paintbrush of sorts. Now I just have to leverage the speed or lack thereof of this processor. So I don't know what I just did here. Well, let's set that as the wallpaper. You must say, oh, get the fuck out of here. Just save it. Fine. Wait, is there no my documents here? Oh, what the hell? The fact that it's asking me to save this as a 24. Oh no. The fact that there's no like my documents. If there ever was per se. Concerning. Strangely concerning. Oh, we'll call this fine art. There we go. We'll set this as tiled. Wait. 16 cores, 32 threads, and okay, that's wild. I'm sure Windows XP can definitely use all that memory. Wow. Now that is sexy. Let me do something here. Let me do something. No. There we go. So it's a regular blue. Alright. Well, that did the trick. Let's try something. Imagine connecting to the internet with this thing, chat. Imagine connecting to the internet with this little thing right here. Alright. I'm gonna go to network. I believe I still have the CD in there, which I think it detected. My documents folder started with Office 97? Did it? I beg to differ. This is an age-old trick, chat. If your computer doesn't have TCP/IP built in, which clearly this thing doesn't, which I personally find strange. I hear this taking 9 million years to attempt to load TCP/IP. Or is it just hiding here? Never mind. It's just been hiding here. Now we all know the trick, chat. 10.0.2.15. Gateway is 10.0.2.2. 10.0.2.3. So 10.0.2.15 for the IP address, 10.0.2.3 for the DNS, 10.0.2.2 for the gateway. This should get us online. So we're gonna ask us to copy a couple of things from the CD as usual. saw that one coming. In that case, just change the drive to D. You still have the CD in there. I have connected to to the internet with Windows 3.1, though that was a while back. I think there was like a specific version of Internet Explorer 5 that worked on there, though. Well, let me clarify. On Windows for Workgroups 3.11, I was able to connect to the internet. I don't know about regular Windows 3.1. You would have to do so much more, like just hacking around the operating system just to get that to work. And there's still so much I want to do in 86 bucks. I still have to tackle networking in MS-DOS, trying to connect the MS-DOS machine to the internet, printing. There's so many variables when it comes to printing. Or maybe not so much. But it would be fun though. And I'm sure there's a couple of videos that I have on the channel. There's a playlist that I made a few years back called Community Videos, where one of our, well, now former members, actually installed a couple of drivers, I believe. Yeah. Where one of our now former members demonstrated printing on, I believe, on DOS, free DOS specifically, and one or two versions of Windows. So one thing I decided to try was doing an 86 box configuration with only parts listed in the PC catalog in the December 1997 issue of the Japanese magazine Tekken. I had a TX97X. I think we do have the TX97, just not the TX97X. That's about as close as you can get. From what I personally remember, the TX97 is a pretty decent board. But whatever things like that you find in magazines, you guys are more than welcome to drop them in our 86 box config channel in our Discord. Which, if you're not in there, I don't know what you're doing, but get in there. Join the Discord, chat. Join the Discord. The original TX97 is in that catalog? Okay, perfect then. Has anyone here had any luck installing Windows 3.1J? Wait, what's that again? I might have heard of it, but I don't remember what it is exactly. This thing is still very much taking its sweet time. Oh, Windows 3.1 in Japanese. Obad, if you're still in the chat, have you had any luck with that? I believe there's like some stipulations with like certain graphics card regarding Japanese characters, if I'm not mistaken. So you're doing 9x in Japanese just fine, which is good. Which is good. Anything with S3 should be good enough, and Japanese DOS. Alright, that's perfect then. Guys, I could definitely see why this was a bad idea. We're almost there. We're almost there. What is Propman again? Protocol Manager, I believe. And of course, it's asking me to restart my. Yeah. Just go ahead, bro. Just go ahead. This is gonna take a. Oh, never mind. I was like, man, this might take a while. Guys, I find it crazy that this is such a recent bio. September 13th, 2006. This almost took a minute to get to the desktop. You like what you're seeing here, chat? Alright, so we are back in Windows 95, and just to confirm the internet is working as intended. Oh, this is all emulated. This is all emulated, Yasro. I just realized how bare bones this is, man. Alright, perfect. And look how small this is. Yeah, Cecil, you already know how it is, bro. You already know how it is. Alright, so is it IP config? Oh brother. Okay, so ping is here. Alright. Ping Google. Bad IP address? Huh. To be honest, I don't really expect such a shitty machine to, you know, get online without any issues. Hold on. Also, DNS. So, okay, so the DNS server doesn't work. How curious. Yes, yes, chat. Thank you, thank you. I know I'll come up with the finest art for the machines that I'm eventually about to trash, or the machine I spent like agonizing hours setting up. Like, whew, it's insane. Okay, so it's TCP/IP. Right, gateway. Huh, that's why. Actually, let me do something. Patience. I think it should be the same. Same computer name. Just gonna see how long it takes to actually implement that change. I might have to restart. I want to be surprised. Yup. Rona, the way you said it makes me think that this was actually like a massive issue back then. It's not DNS. There's no way it's DNS. And it was, because apparently I don't think I saved the DNS server. We're gonna give it at least one more minute to boot, chat. One more minute. DNS still breaks things in the current era? Yeah, I'm not surprised. I legit forgot how often you used to have to restart or change anything. Oh, definitely in 95. You know, the good thing about it is at least I'm getting more than just 16 colors, even if I'm locked to 640 by 480 right now. Yes, these are hard drive sounds, specifically the Quantum Bigfoot for the 3600 RPM hard drives. Alright, so now that DNS has allegedly been fixed, whoever said this was acceptable for 95? Who said that, bro? Who the fuck said that? Well, there we have it. DNS actually does work. So this machine is actually online. This machine is very much online. Now, I'm not gonna install Internet Explorer 4 on that thing. You wanna know why? Because I did it a few nights ago. And guess how long it took? Yeah, imagine running Windows 3 on an 8088. This is like actual suffering, buddy. Manual? Whatever. I don't think I've even done that. Okay. Local area network. No. Do not use proxy server. Aw, shut the fuck up. Your system is configured. No! 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 Listen to me, computer. Do not dare think that you know better than me. And we just wait for Internet Explorer to just spawn, I think. This is concerning. I have no idea whether it's actually starting or not. Is it? Yeah, never mind. I think I just had to get out. Website found waiting for a block. Oh no. Oh, this is chat. This is concerning. What version of Internet Explorer is this? Version 3. Okay. Well, does frog find actually work? It's probably gonna look like ass. Well, the machine is online. It's not even. It is. That doesn't work. Yeah, okay, let me actually try the old web. I haven't tried the old web in like forever. Let me see. This is like way too old for this. Well. No chance. Bandit, no chance. Well, JavaScript does not allow the old web to work, it looks like. Alright. I'm gonna cheat here. I'm gonna cheat. And probably the worst way possible. Because I have two other machines with the same board that I've installed Windows 95 on. This is just gonna save us some time here. And if anything, God, it's just the silence. Just the silence. The silence is deafening, chat. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna have to hop back to stable for this one. Which means no more hard drive sounds, I fear. Alright, so I'm gonna go ahead and swap this one. This is the second machine I created. Let's swap that to the 8019 AS. And this machine has 4 megabytes of VRAM. So I don't think that's the one I installed. I doubt that it's the one I installed. IE4. Yeah, IE4, I think. Yeah, that's the one I installed IE4 on. But it's bad. Guys, it took 3 hours to install Internet Explorer 4 on this machine. 4 hours. Almost. Actually, no, I might be exaggerating a little bit. Maybe like 2.5. You'd be surprised. 2.5 hours just to install a browser. We're literally at a point with this machine where installing the operating system takes considerably less time than installing the damn web browser. And even then, it's going to take 9 million years to boot. No, little shit is probably going to tell me, oh, I have detected this. Yeah, there we go. Like, little shit's going to tell me, oh, I've actually detected this network card that actually works. Alright, so chat, which is it? Is it the old net? Is it the old web? Is it... Let me figure that out while this thing actually runs. The old net. Yeah, it's the old net. So what was the old web, chat? Nah. So, yeah, I think I... Yeah, this very much was a typo. Now, do you guys understand why I have constantly preached about the fact that this is possibly the worst experience for 95? Like, sure, even with the fastest CPU, the most RAM available on this particular board, this is painful. This is all kinds of painful. We've been here for a while now, I'm sure. And this is by far our longest live stream. Currently clocking in at 4.5 hours live. We will be prompted for a restart in the next 5 minutes, chat. Did I say next 5 minutes? Yeah, someone call me. What's 5:35? Oh, we're back at this, aren't we? Okay, so I still left the CD in there. No. No, it's not. It's not the R drive. We're way past setup now, yeah? Plug and pray, true. Though I'm fairly confident, actually, that this thing could actually work. Yes, keep everything. To be fair, if you want to, you could also run web 1 on your main. That's good. Yeah, that's gonna be for a different time, to be fair. So this thing is actually copying older DLLs from the machine. Whatever diskette 18 is. Yeah, no, we're keeping that. We're keeping that. Though I'll definitely look into it. What was it, Web 1? Well, by the looks of it, for anything networking related, setup is always asked for disk 18, so it's only fair to assume. So I just read up on this Octumi. This actually looks interesting. Since Octumi mentioned that, let's go ahead and take a look at this while this thing is installing Web 1. Or rather, we'll just do this actually. So Web 1, an HTTP 1.x proxy that makes all web browsers, media players. Interesting. on the run of modern PC and same level with older computers. Yada 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 yada. Interesting. .NET 8.0 runtime. Wait, but isn't .NET Windows exclusive? Especially when it comes to accessing HTTPS only sites. Well, good to know. But well, I'll just say this: it's probably a good idea to not do anything remotely sensitive through that. You guys aren't that crazy. Imagine trying to access Google in current year through like the first version of Internet Explorer. That'd be insane. No, but this does look interesting. I'll definitely keep tabs on this project. Chat, what have I said about patience in the last 4 hours and 40 minutes of me being live? It is a virtue of industrial proportions. Because this right here is exactly what happens when we deal with software and hardware that is below that software's minimum requirements, allegedly. Because let's go ahead and prove that theory real quick. Minimum requirements. What? Why is Lenovo saying that? Because here's what Wikipedia is saying. Intel 386DX. Because here's what Wikipedia is saying, actually, chat. Intel 386DX, 12 or 16 megahertz, so considerably worse than what we're having here. 4 megabytes of system RAM. Oh, hi. And it lags, too. Well, yeah, it was possible to run Windows 95 on a 386SX. Even less acceptable performance. Chat, I am suffering. Possible to run. Well, ideally not. So, oh right, this thing is active desktop. I forgot to turn that off. Let's close this thing real quick. Well, it clearly doesn't want to be closed. Or so I think. Because none of those things work. Oh well. Well, that's not even okay. So that's not even where I had the smaller start menu. So I don't even have anything else installed on this particular machine. But chat, I'm just gonna say this. This is going to require a part 2 because This is the longest stream I've ever done, not just for 86 bucks, but in my entire life. I used to stream on Twitch during COVID, and I think my longest stream, I probably still have that VOD lying around somewhere on my hard drive, was me playing Rainbow Six Siege for 4 hours. Currently at 4 hours and 45 minutes. I'm gonna call it here, but we will come back to this sometime during this week. Just keep tabs on our socials and our Discord, which if you're not part of our Discord yet, I don't know what you're doing, but you definitely should join our Discord. I'm there almost all the time. Anyway, I'm gonna call it here. We shall return sometime during the week because I guess I am a sucker for pain. The most attention straining stream of this channel's history. I guess in my personal streaming career as well, which honestly I have revived just for this project. But thank you guys so much for coming by. This definitely was the stream of all time. I'll let you guys know whenever I come back to this. Either I can't really say a date just yet, but we will be back soon. We will be back soon because I still had a lot more on the list that we will take care of. But for the time being, enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and as always, happy emulation.